All right, all right, all right. Let's party. Let's party. Let's get going. Enough with the shenanigans. Let's get started. Good morning, guys. It is the 29th, 2022. Just in case anyone forgot what year it is, it's 2022. 2022 has been absolutely insane. It's been a great year to reflect on and understand that we are only human. This market has been very difficult for a lot of traders, and I hope that I'm able to teach you a process and in the meantime, become really good stewards of your money, right? It's all about management. Be able to manage what you have. Before we get started today, I just want to reiterate every single one of you should have a number that you are okay to trade with. That number is different from the number that you are okay to lose. Every trade we go into, I want you to think about how much money you can lose, not about how much money you're going to make, because that is uncertain. All we can do is follow the process, okay? You're going to get stopped out. You're going to hit targets. You're not always going to have great days, but the probabilities are with us as long as we can stay mechanical. So let's try our hardest to work as a team and be mechanical and supportive of one another, okay? Cool? All right, let's move on. So ES Futures, let's go ahead and talk about it really quick. We're going to minimize this. This is our futures chart. Oh, is it so beautiful? We have come into this box, and last night we pushed up into the cloud. Matter of fact, we pushed into the targets, right? And if you were a futures trader, I've already showed you guys the chart. We identified the demand before the close. Then being able to execute over that night PMZ really paid off well. Matter of fact, it hit the back end of the box. Now, write this down in your journal. You probably heard me say this a million times, but if you're new here, this is how things work. So we are in a cycle. The cycle is down. Cycles typically last anywhere from 1 to 3 days. So where are we in that cycle? Are we coming into demand on the third day? Maybe. All right. So we have a if this, then that, as always. Prices come down into demand. Our immediate support, okay, so I want to go over the same thing that I wrote this morning. Your immediate support is going to be 39.67 by 50. So 39.67 by 39.50. Your resistance is 39.80 by 39.93. Your daily supply, meaning I wouldn't expect the market to go over 4,000 by 4,020. Your intraday triggers, PMZ, subject to change, and I think they've changed a tad here, and we'll go over that here in a second. The long trigger was 39.79 and 3/4. Short trigger was 39.76.50. I have taken one trade this morning to the downside, and I went short at, and I've already covered, I went short here at 39.75 and covered at 39.72. Just a quick short using a cloud on a 5-minute chart. Now let's go over to the 5-minute. This is what the blueprint looks like. This is really straightforward. Future traders, stock traders, it does not matter. My methodology, I use the ES futures. Okay, so if we've come into demand, I'm looking for a relief rally. However, I realize that the relief rally actually happened last night. Okay, so pajama traders were able to take advantage of the move of the PMZ, and then we wake up as retail traders. I'm speaking as if I can't trade futures. We wake up and then we see that the market is green, but there's this time, right? There's this time here in Florida, and it was the same in Colorado, but at 6:30 here Central Time, they typically will pull the market back. All right. And I have this thing in the back of my head that I always think about. And it's because you wake up, you're ready, and the majority of traders want to only trade to the upside. Think about it. I've been doing this for many years. Even when we're doing well to the downside, it's still really quiet. People just don't like to see red. So when you wake up in the morning, okay, futures are green, but then they start to slowly die off and come right back down into demand. And it changes your mood. It really does. As a day trader, you were ready. And then it pulls back and you're like, man, I don't know. I can't trust this. It feels like a trap and so forth. Lucky we have levels to trade off of. Okay. But before you get too invested in your feelings, try to become mechanical. Again, we're making higher lows out of demand. Okay, we have a cloud up here. Notice that cloud is going to be resistance until proven otherwise. If we use our Fibonacci's and come up from this pivot, we don't have to be exact, to pivot low, notice the levels, 39.81, resistance. Also very confluent with the cloud. If we zoom in here, you could see that this cloud would dip. It would be confluent to the 23.6, therefore being resistance until proven otherwise. The 38.2, which happens to be right in line with the trendy edge, pretty close anyways, and we have a daily edge. So we have a daily edge, a weekly edge, and a 38.2, and we have an inside and down. Folks, I would be shocked if we get over this level. It would be great for the bulls, but again, that is part of what I'm using for your daily supply today. Okay, so your daily supply, 4,000 by 4,020. Notice that encompasses the 618 and this inside and down formation. This could be the target to the upside, but personally, I would not expect it to push through there. Okay, where's the better place to get short? In my opinion, the better place to get short is up towards the cloud. What cloud do you want to use? Is it going to be a 4-hour or the 5-minute? What I'll tell you is this. On a 5-minute chart, and you noticed this yesterday, if we go back to yesterday, we broke down below the PMZ, and if you went short, you got paid, right? You got paid. And the whole entire day, price could not get over the cloud. We could not sustain price over the cloud. Matter of fact, if you look right here, if we zoom in, every time price tried to get over the cloud, if you committed to the candle, that means you have to wait for the close. Don't be that trader just because it pops up real quick. I'm going long, okay? In a down cycle, we want to be really careful. We want to see bids that hold above the cloud, come back and test the cloud, and then show support off of that cloud before we start to feel better about the long, okay? So coming over here, notice we're getting this little bounce from demand, okay? Notice we're still in the cloud. Notice we can't hold above. That's all. Then it leads to the PMZ. Right now, the PMZ numbers have changed a little bit. If you don't have the PMZ, write these down for right now, and we still have about 21 minutes, and it could change some more. 39.79, okay, 39.79 and a quarter. That's our trigger long. PMZ low, 39.75.90. Trigger low would be, it would actually be 39.75.75. Okay, and risk today is about 3.5, just under 4 points. All right. Here's your quant pivots if you guys are using those for targets. Okay. Overall sentiment today, choppy. Choppy until we can prove that we can get over those major levels. What is the major level? It's at 39.80 by 93. Okay. Doesn't mean that we can't trade to the upside, folks. I'm just telling you, as far as this cycle is concerned, we are still in a down cycle. Let's go over here to the daily. This is what the daily chart looks like. Remember what I was talking about with cycles. 1, 2, into demand, and now we're trying to see if we can go bid here. All right. Long as we stay above, let's see, this base candle here around 39.70, things look good. But we're so close to that price right now. It's 39.73. So let 39.70, if you will, kind of be that line in the sand for right now. What that is telling you is that the market is inside of yesterday's base, okay, or body. All right. All right. Let's move on to a couple charts here. So I don't know if you guys know, we started FDX yesterday, and FDX had an upgrade this morning. We'll see what it opens up to be. It's kind of weird. It's always been weird. I know that Melissa had pulled up UPS in the focus today. So if you're looking at that, if you have FDX and you want to trade UPS, that's up to you. Okay, for me, they kind of fall into the same category, but one could move a lot more than the other. Okay, Disney over here, this is my watch. I'd like to see it come down into 95.68, 95.25 and go bid. And you guys know the story. Let me go ahead and zoom in when you see these boxes down below. I'm looking for price to come in. Okay, once I notice on the TTM squeeze, things start to change, then I'll go long. And then I'm looking to trim up towards these targets 95.99, 96.26, 96.53, and so forth. Again, this is intraday until proven otherwise. Okay? Intraday until proven otherwise. Over here on BABA, notice that we pull in 79.50 or 79.64. Yesterday, somebody was asking me, hey, John, how do I know what's in your private account that you trade? All right. So if you go over to positions, let me just kind of show you guys this really quick. Okay. So we're going to come down right here. All right. And let's go ahead and if you notice right here, these are my positions. Okay. So yesterday we had some traders talk about how they had followed SPX short, and these were 200+%. But they were in here as well. So see how this says regular account? It still says small account, but it's private account. Okay. But these are right here. These are my private account trades. Okay. And you're more than welcome to look at them. All right. I just put them on there for transparency reasons. I do that because even the trades that you can't see that I just started a couple weeks ago, I said, hey, I want a private account to myself so that I could test certain strategies and so forth. That's what those are. So if you guys ever have questions, feel free to ask about them. Okay. All right. Moving on. So I have BABA. All right. That's my point. So we have BABA looking for 80.38, 81.53, 83.13. This is an intraday perspective. It gapped up. I'm using the trendy gap up methodology, using Fibonacci. So basically using the line in the sand down here, folks, measuring to the pivot high. I found my zone. We've already kind of pulled into that, pushing up to the first target. You can see some quant pivots behind that, 80.63 to 81.53. If we get a quick sell-off, I'll be looking to go long there. Probably equity since I'm already in some contracts, okay? Over here on the right-hand side, we have shop again. So this is a 4-hour look. Notice that our levels held yesterday. I'm actually going to go into a 5-minute. All right, and this is what the 5-minute looks like. It looks pretty crazy. It's kind of all over the place, if you will. It's up just a tad, about 80 cents or so. What you could do here as well, take that line in the sand. We're going to measure from the line in the sand to the pivot high. We are going to find the 23, and then I'm actually going to come into the 618 because we could talk about this later, but the reason why I'm doing this is because the differences between the numbers are really tight. So I don't want a box that's too tight. I want to be flexible on a choppy day. All right, just like if you're using the PMZ today, I would encourage you to be flexible, all right, because it will be choppy, okay? It will be choppy. Again, very, very important for me to stress this to you guys, okay? If I draw a box, just because price comes in there doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to just buy it, okay? That is a common mistake, in my opinion, with demand and supply traders. We have a strategy around that. What I want to see, I'm looking at the TTM, okay? I want to see red bars and then move over to yellow bars. And I want to pay attention to the ES futures. What are the ES futures doing? If they're making new lows and I don't have a target, I don't want to be getting long, okay? I'm going to let the market come in and continue to push down. I'm not in a rush. Before I end here, just really quick, again, I'm 95, probably 96% cash, okay? Very light right now. This is how I like to do it coming into a chop cycle. I'm not highly convicted one way or another. I'm not embarrassed to say that. I know that choppy conditions lead to lots of losses. And so therefore, for me personally, my allocation is at 5% for my entire account right now. Okay. So you guys make sure you know your numbers, understand what your stops are. If you have any questions or any charts that you want me to go over with you, I'll be happy to give you my opinion and show you the levels that I come up with. All right, let's have a great day. It's Tuesday, Taco Tuesday. I hope you have plans for tonight. I like to see you guys participating in the chill chat room. Show me some of those tacos and pictures if you guys end up going out. Also, a reminder, I'm taking the PMZ Cyber Monday sell off. Probably around noon, it'll be gone. I won't bring those prices back. Second thing is please use the journal. I keep asking, but I only keep seeing the same people. And the same people who are using the journal by far are the most successful traders I see in here. Do me a favor. Take the time, learn how to screenshot your charts, annotate them, draw where you got long, show where you got short, show where you got stopped, show where you made money. This is not only a powerful tool for you folks, but it's also for traders here who have been with me a very long time who are able to participate and help you. Okay? So we're all here to help each other. Let's have a great day. I can't wait to trade with you. What do you, so really quick, Melissa, what do you have for your PMZ? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. All right. Just want to make sure I have the same thing. Awesome. Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate it. So Melissa went over setting up AMD, and she's also looking at UPS. And so I went ahead and charted that as well. Um, yeah, interesting. So Deutsche Bank, upgraded FedEx and UPS. So UPS was from buy, service to buy from hold, and adjusted the price target this morning. And I mean that's probably why we got a nice gap up here on UPS. Has an average rating of outperform and price targets ranging from 100 to 251. And again, it looks like they kind of came out and said FedEx and UPS. So maybe they're part of Trendy Trading. Who knows? Because we're looking at those delivery services yesterday. So hopefully we'll see something a little bit bigger on both of these. And I like the UPS plan as well. And I'm open. I mean, that's the thing, right? That's the beauty is if we're not holding, if we're just trying to intraday trade, I'm definitely open to trading UPS, AMD, all that good stuff. Okay. So let's see what kind of happens. See if we come into some demand levels. ES futures might just be sort of a facade, like a decoy today. So I wouldn't put too much emphasis on it. And what I mean is, what I'm seeing in the market is I'm seeing things moving, and ES is just flat. The NASDAQ is flat. The Dow Jones is flat. But we have things that are gapping up, so it could be, it's like kind of shock and awe, like you're looking at something and like, well, the ES Nasdaq's not really moving, and all these stocks over here are like doing their thing. So the market's just kind of strange. Just know that. All right, so there's our PMZ. Looks about 3.5 points here from this morning on ES futures right here. So what is the plan? What is the play here? I want to talk about this really quick. It's 827. So notice how the PMZ is above the line in the sand, but price is underneath and trying to go bid at the trendy edge. It went bid. It went bid at the line in the sand here. Notice that the cloud is right around the PMZ. Anytime we're in a down cycle, right? Remember, we're in a down cycle until we start to bid above certain levels that I talked about before, that PMZ is actually going to be resistance. Okay. Me personally, what you'll see, okay, is if on open, we'll probably try to move towards this. And then typically this will happen. Okay. Me, I would much rather in a down cycle be starting up here and then try to go short when we break down below. If you like the move up, then the idea here is to let it come up into the cloud and the PMZ. The deeper it gets in here, the more I like the short instead of just trying to take it right there. Some of you may be aggressive and try to take the trade right there, but I like to get more towards the back end because I look at it as like a smaller risk. So let's say this right here is 3.5. If I take the short here, I only have to put my stop at 2 or 1, something like that. Okay. Just an idea. I don't want you to overthink it though. And I'm going to pull this guy over here. Just like that. Casey, make sure you have your pre-market data on, but also on the pinned messages and member chat, make sure that you're paying for the same data that we are. So it's like $4 extra. So in this main chat, go up and hit that pinned message. Scroll through there, guys. All right, so I just trimmed here on FTX. I still have my Google buy-in, and unfortunately, NVIDIA is still pulling back. And also think about Tesla, guys. Keep your eye on Tesla. I might take a trade there. All right, so we're going bid at the back of the shop box. Baba is coming into this area. We'll just kind of watch it closely. Give me 1 second, folks. Had to close some of my Baba in the private account. So just sold half. I did. Yeah. 10 paces. Yeah, nice move here on the futures. Tesla off the line in the sand was a beauty. But I'm keeping on watch here, folks, just in case it decides it wants to break through the PMZ today. I feel like everything kind of looks the same, so I'm gonna be careful here and just take pennies on Shopify.
UPS at first target, guys. I have trend and movement.
Nice, good job, Melissa. Oh no.
And shot off of the day. Should have said it.
I add to my NVIDIA if we could break over the PMZ today or over that pre-market high. Just kind of leaving it alone right now. And shop trying to break out of the PMZ right now. So we kind of anticipated that move. That's why I bought it just right before the break. Going from red to white to green on the 5 minute on shop. All right, final target here. I'm looking for 39.85 by 40.21 on Shopify. Baba, nice move as well. AMD, nice move off the edge, as Melissa had said. But we still have the idea of the PMZ, but I don't like that the ES is failing and making new lows here, folks. So 39.50 could be in play. So bring those stops up. All right, so far, positive trades on Shop, Tesla, UPS, FedEx. Nice trade on FedEx, guys. Hopefully you did well there. Let's see where Google is. I guess Google's never going back up. Like literally, it has been. But I mean, you were right from the get-go about like their advertisement and stuff like that. It's just being hid. And then you got Elon talking about how he's going to make a phone. Yeah. So I think he said something about like Apple and Google to stop like advertising on Twitter. I can't remember what he said, but yeah. Thanks, Dip. Nice, good job, Tex. This Sam is going to dent my PL because anytime we have spreads like this, folks, um, it's going to fluctuate. It's so illiquid. So just know that if you're in this with me, you have to ignore it. It's just one of those where I just hold and see what we can get. So you'd think I need you guys to go out and buy some Sam Adams beer for the holidays, the Oktoberfest and the seasonal Christmas stuff. Come on. But man, they took such a beating on their stock over the last year. If you look at it, I think it was trading at like 800 bucks at one time. I mean, and that's not with a split, folks. They had like a horrendous quarter a long time ago, which I was actually shocked. But Baba boom. Oh, damn it. We just missed. I just missed my target. We came right up into the trendy edge on that Shopify. I had my stops in underneath the PMZ, and I just realized we hit our target there, folks. Good job. Notice that Shopify still moving up. Notice that AMD's moving up, and what do you guys see? ES futures moving down. I told you it was going to be a facade today. It's like, or just a decoy. I'm ignoring you, ES futures. You're being bad. All right. I think one more trim over here on Baba in the private account. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So AMD, I'm not sure if Melissa said I was heating up my coffee over here, talking to the wife. But AMD, beautiful trade off the edge, man. But testing the PMZ here from underneath. I wonder if it kind of does. Also, Tesla, a nice little area here for a possible scalp trade, but I'm gonna hold off since I already traded it. Baba just kind of hanging out at the PMZ as well. Let's go ahead and do a PMZ scan, see what we have. We got BA in the house. Let's take a look there. And like I said, Baba's in there as well. And oh, that's okay.
John, I don't know if you heard me. I was talking about BA. I'd like to get it close to the daily edge and
Mm.
get it long there.
Oh, okay.
I haven't been. Oh, actually, it just filled and it's nowhere near the daily edge. But I'm filled on it. First target for me on Baba is between 173.91.
Wait, Baba or BA? Sorry.
BA. It's
Okay.
really hard.
Yeah, you said Baba.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
It's okay.
BA. BA. And my stop loss or my stop risk is
And what I'll do is probably, oh, sorry, I'm looking at BA. Yeah, you're in BA, right? Okay. I'm, I'm looking at BA and I'm like, okay, I finally got it. I'm waking up. So, and did consumer confidence come out or it's about to?
6 minutes.
Okay.
About
So this is where this is interesting. Is consumer confidence that's just people buying stuff, right? Retail, yada yada. Yeah. Don't quote me there. I don't know why. That just brought me back to the old school rap song Easy E.
Oh yes, that's a great one.
Yeah. Yeah. AMD, a little spike there into the PMZ. BA. Ugh, BA. Let's see if it can get over. So I want you guys to notice something. When you have good levels, when we hit them, you create a pivot. That pivot creates an inside and down. So, for example, BA came up and smacked the trendy edge, both edges, and it created an inside and down. Okay. And then if we look left, let's see. So this is, what's the trend right now? Really just consolidation here in this channel. Yeah, I like it down here towards the bottom of the curve. I'd much rather try to buy along down here than up here. Let's see, FXI. Let's look at game. GME. See if we got a trade there. Man, I almost went short AMD right there at the PMZ. And the reason why is because the market is cycling down. So that PMZ is resistance until proven otherwise from underneath. Well, I think T79 from a, you and I like to share trade shares as well, man. It's so easy. It really is. I can't explain it a lot of times, but the thought process, it's just so fast to get in and out. I kind of like game down here towards the bottom of the curve, guys. Let me look at the 4 hour really quick. Yeah, it's down at the lower end of the edge as well. So I'm just gonna set up a little play here. How about this squeeze though on game? Anybody have a moment? Give me some of your insight um, on the weekly. Kind of curious what you think there. We have one, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 red bars, and we're at the lower monthly edge. Let's do,
On that squeeze,
yeah.
without looking at your chart, but are those black or
I think they're black.
they're black? So
Mm-hmm.
that's a low compression squeeze, warning that the squeeze is about to fire. That's a lot of red bars down,
Mm-hmm.
which would lead me to think unless your daily time frame has a squeeze that's looking positive,
Mm-hmm.
I would be
Cautious.
cautious
Okay.
going long.
So on the daily, what do I have? God, I have higher yellow bars with
Okay,
with red
okay, that's
dots.
a good sign then.
Okay, got
So
it.
that means more than likely your next bar on the weekly would be heading in the right direction as far as going long.
I got you. Okay, that makes sense. So I'm going to try. I'll probably just do 30% stops, and do like a weekly or something. Um, Took it for 26. Or I could do. Let's see. Did that consumer confidence number come out? I think it's about to. I could tell by looking at my stuff here that it's getting crazy.
Above estimate, 79 said above estimate on your consumer confidence.
Gotcha. Which is probably bad news. You can never tell. I, I don't know if that's good or
Well,
bad. Yeah. Slightly above estimate what? That their confidence is down or good? People are buying or they're not buying. And if they're buying, maybe that's a bad thing because people are like, well, that they're just using credit. And that was a comment I made to somebody out on Twitter. They had said that Shopify was up X percentage year over year, and I was like, they'll spin that, just wait for like a week or so since we're in a down cycle and say, yeah, but 99% of it is on credit cards. You know, Not saying they're wrong. It's just they know what they're doing.
I was going to set up an OCO on VA to sell at my first target, but
Hmm.
the spreads are so wide. I don't want to get jumped on the market.
Oh, shit. Okay. I'm gonna do a butterfly on game. See what happens.
have a long bob at like swing, right?
Mm-hmm. I do. I bought the December 16 90 calls at I mean, I'm trimming them. They're only up like 20 plus percent, but I bought a few of them trying to get that small account up. Um, and let's see, where did I buy? Buy to open. I think I bought them at $1.17.
The small account's gonna be over 30K,
I'm going to have to up the allocation big time if that's going to be the case. And I'm thinking about it. I'm just waiting for your trade. I'll
right?
let,
Don't even don't say anything about it.
no, I won't. I won't. It's all going on, the whole thing.
I'm gonna pick one that you absolutely hate to trade.
Oh, ugh. Yeah, like I'm not a huge fan of Oxy or what is the one that you trade a lot? That's like in the is it XLE that we sometimes trade on Fridays and it's always negative and then it goes positive.
Oxy. It will
Uh,
always go positive.
okay.
But Oxy's trading in such a channel right now. It isn't worth it.
Yeah, it has to digest.
From what I can tell, super confident could do much of anything.
Yeah. Yeah, the market's trying to get ready for tomorrow. You know, everything like revolves around Jerome, man. Getting ready for the. Did you guys see I got the plus signs on the alerts? Oh yeah.
Good for your equity trade.
Yeah. It might be on the percentage side too. Let's see. I don't know. No.
Right, Benji. Right, Three Guys. It keeps threatening that. I just don't want to know anything about it this week. Does something stupid. And by
Me?
stupid, I mean like risk so far out of your allocation.
Oh, we're gonna do it.
Say we won one time. Really nothing. Nothing. BNB is after the market and BNB is
Yeah, it's flagging there, which is kind of a good sign. You know.
yeah, for the bull side, right?
Hmm.
With he did mention short of options.
The risk is only 14 cents today. So, I mean, we could do, I would take 23.6 of the pivot low that was created 2:30 yesterday. Um, and come up, and that 23.6 puts us underneath the PMZ, which is 73, let's just say 73.70. So, like, if we go long, a close under 73.70 would be what I'm looking at. I might do equity.
Yeah, check out. There's a 30 minute
Mm-hmm.
We're getting red to white bars. That's good. That's good.
So if you notice right over the PMZ, I don't know if you saw this earlier, Melissa, is the daily mid, and that's where it keeps stalling.
Yeah, that's where I have my that's where I have my first target, which it just hit. The end of the first my first target. So I yes, John, I did notice that was my
No, T Camp, it's not up 30,000, my friend. That's where I would like to get it. Yeah.
sorry guys. I have trim going for about 20%, I believe, and I am moving my stops up now to just under the top of the PNC. I want that PNC to hold. Make it stay the top of the PNC.
Melissa, am I okay?
Yes,
Let's
sir.
okay. I see your UPS. UPS. Yeah, give me 1 second. Okay. I was like, why are your not entries? I was about to freak out, but no, they're
I
good.
was like, man, I'm not
Yeah.
BSing you. I promise.
No,
BS.
obviously, yeah. I mean, it's passed right into your API, so it's
Yeah,
yeah.
sorry. BA is coming in from that inside and down that was created at the open. So just watch it here. We can't push through it. It's only a 5 minute inside and down. Nice job, high command. Hitting targets on the day. Because my next target on BA would be right there in trendy edge. A stir of trendy edge is right here around 174. Indeed is 7. Really? It's interesting. Maybe he's doing it for a long-term trade. Mine's strictly a day trade. So maybe
His is based on an hourly squeeze. Hmm.
yeah. So that's definitely longer term than what I'm looking for.
So from an hour, so I love BA. I mean, guys, if you just kind of give yourself a little bit more vision on this trade itself on BA, check out the 4 hour. Like, look at my screen. It's a beautiful trade from the lower edge, and it came right into the mid edge. So you guys did great. So you can't see the quant pivots here, but where you trimmed, Melissa, it looks like, well, where it went to this morning was the mid. So notice that we have it inside and down, and we're trying to form an inside and up right now. And you can see the edges do such a great job of being a playing field of these. This is a potential inside and up, and I actually want to go over the inside and up and inside and down formation again.
You
Um,
want to hit that before then?
yeah, I'm gonna go over it a little bit later. I'll probably wait until an hour or so, just so that we can manage a little bit more, and I may take another trade. But Dip and Rip had asked me a question over the weekend, which I think can be confusing. So I want to make sure I go over when I say inside and up and I'm anticipating, it's a little bit different than the common way it's taught of a formation. So I think it's important.
You want to take a look at the video. It's fully back here and going back I can't remember if you were in HD.
I might have been several. Yeah, no, remember I missed it on Friday and it pushed up really hard. Yeah, it was like yeah. I would have done better on. So I was a little frustrated yesterday. At the end of the day, I was really tired, and I apologize if I came off a little negative. I don't think you guys got to hear me, but I probably had the worst performance of my life, like teaching for the last 90 minutes yesterday. I just couldn't talk. Like I was worn out. Like there's nothing to trade. There's nothing to talk about. I just wasn't myself. And I told Ashley at the end of the day, I'm like, I can't. Sometimes it's just not. It's hard, you know. So I needed to take a break, but I actually missed my FDX entry by like a buck. Wait, and that was like the icing on the cake yesterday. You know, I was like, this is a long time to talk. I was talking. And then I was like, oh yeah, let me go over to FDX. And then I'm like, damn it. I had noticed that the wick came, I would say like 30 cents before my entry. And I had missed it. It bounced all the way up like plus a dollar. And I was like, man, I'm glad that I still took it. But, we probably would have made a little bit more if I would have been on top of it. So,
I'm just love, absolutely loving this squeeze on HD right now. And the fact that it's really close to that weekly demand.
yeah.
This squeeze is beautiful.
hmm And we're above the 200. And notice that we came up close to the yearly mid. Um, what I would do is so besides the TTM squeeze, is take this entire range right here. Okay. I want to measure that. Okay. You can see the 23.6 and that inside and up formation are very close. So 314.5 by 313, basically. And you could use the 23. So we're going to use this right here. I love that. So check this out, guys. So the inside and up is confluent with the 38 and the 23. So that's great. I love this zone. Now it's wide, 314 by 305. That's a very wide range, but you could make it tighter.
ATR
The ATR on
today.
HD. Whoops. Give me a second here. Eight, $8. We have an inside and down at 322. This one's hard because what I see is this and then this. So we have two opposing zones. I almost want to do an iron condor, but I also got to think in the back of my head that Jerome is speaking, and I bet whatever happens, this will either blow out. One of these two will blow out. So I don't want to. I don't want to get. I don't want to get in the way.
You don't want to get ran over?
No.
Based on our BA trade, we're getting a 5 minute ice.
I'm more open to sell put credit spreads here. Let me see.
My margin.
It's about a 1 for 1. Um, if you sell the 317.5 by 315, it's about a 1 for 1. So I'm gonna be patient. I feel like this is a FDX trade. Where so in this big zone, we, it gets complicated because you have double inside and up. Okay, and you have to pick your place. Like we could pick here, but it could break down more and want to come right there. So really, a tighter box would be right here. So for me to go long, I would prefer, I feel like the market could get cheaper into Jerome talking. And if it gets cheaper and comes back to here, I'd rather take a shot, right here. That's just me. Intraday, you just trade the PMZ if you got it, right? Again
Yeah,
here.
it shot off the PMC. The problem is you have line in the sand and the daily edge.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of resistance to the upside for
XLE is in the PMZ guys. ES is in the PMZ. And Shop AMD still in the PMZ. Like, come on, dude. UPS is up 3 plus. I don't know if you guys are still in that.
still. Uh, EA just hit second target. I personally am drawn to so from the swing low down there at about 9:45 ish, the swing high, and I'm just current high, and I'm just moving it up.
Maybe because it's getting close, Iowa, Brad. It could be the case. I think we have a percentage set on that to like kind of warn you. I'll double check into it and let you know.
And notice that it's doing that yesterday as well. So guys, if you're in the DA trade with me, like I said, it hit my next target. My runners, and we'll be using John GS in my runners. About 36% right now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like those are well, especially with Deutsche Bank coming out and giving you that catalyst. I just think in general that's where we're getting that from. But from my what I recall is even when they don't have catalysts, they have wide spreads. Did they have wide spreads today or they didn't?
They did have
Yeah,
white spreads.
yeah.
Both had been down on the low side, which it actually filled me a little early. I was
Mm. You guys see how like ES is not in the PMZ now? I think it was that was weird. I don't now. Well, now I see it. It's popping in and out. I think it might be a percentage of closeness, if that makes sense. When price is getting close, that could be what's going on there. You never know with futures, though. The data can be strange, but we'll see. I'll reach out to Brandon and see.
nice. And you talk about the day trade.
Oh, actually, here. Oh, God.
Awesome.
Yeah, I noticed that it pops in and out. Maybe it was trying to tell you something, right? Maybe it's trying to tell you it's about to be in there. I mean, we're very well, we're at 318. We're not that close. Never mind. Okay, cool. Just want to make sure. Nice move on game as well. We're up almost 40% there on the butterflies. Why'd you close, Victor?
Yeah, carrying multiple contracts today. Still, we are at range resistance here, 176.50 to 176.50. So I would trim here if you're in multiple contracts. If you're in runners, my suggestion is to use the dip method and stay in those.
And as you say that, ES is going to test the top of the PMZ here. There's, you know, even outside of the PMZ. Okay. Yeah, you do have a lot of resistance today. Just know that. Uh, and when you look at the entire move down, don't forget where we are. Look at that. We're still in the bear channel. So like I said, that 3993, 3994, that's where things can start happening. ES is up 10 points though, which is a nice move there. FDX back up, AMD up.
Yes, has hit second target, guys. I am in runners and will use the If I say that and it sounds completely foreign to you, let me know and I'll explain. So, John, for me, talking about lots of resistance to the 50, I noticed that with UPS as well. So, what I did, so tell me if this is the same, but was went down and found a target lower below the PMC that I would like to get long from, and then
Hmm.
played behind that. So now I played my runner through the PMC, and it's just running. Is that a good way to do it?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like I love the PMZ guys, but if you notice, a lot of my setups are based on the Fibonacci and looking at the pattern. Where we have because when you were talking, I was measuring here from yesterday's pivot low into the pivot high. Okay, and notice we came right down to the 38.2 this
Which
morning.
is where I want to be.
Yeah,
Okay.
which is a great place. I would much rather try here than above the PMZ because above the PMZ to the quant pivot is just too close. I mean, you can still make money. Don't get me wrong. That's a buck. Like, you can't at the money guys or in the monies. I mean, you're talking 50 delta. You're making 50 bucks a dollar there on options. So there's money to be made. But I like the risk to reward here. I'd much rather take your risk here, round it up, apply it to this trade, and then be trimming as we break through, just like Melissa did. So that's perfect. And honestly, quant pivots, we were talking about them yesterday. I like them as targets. I don't want to put too much emphasis on them, though. I didn't create them. I don't know what they are. There's a lot of them, and some traders trade off of them, but it could sell you short in some cases, meaning, it's going to blow right through them. You know, always pay attention to a little bit higher time frame and be looking for your 4 hour inside and ups and so forth. So like on UPS, if we come over here, I have a target of 187.26. So like all this stuff was fun for an entry, but the bigger picture for me is 187. And if I come over to a daily, that's what I'm looking at. It's the trendy edge. That's beautiful. And matter of fact, the 200, I would try to get at least a dollar underneath or very close to the 200.
I have my final target on that at 186.50.
186.50. Yeah, for sure. And it's also, I mean, you could see the bubble over to the right of the 200 moving average on the daily is 186.93 right now. So depending on the movement of the candles will kind of dictate, how much more the 200 comes in or if it starts to push up. But I would always, aim for just underneath it since a lot of people are looking for it.
For F, the trendy edges and EMA cloud or top, you get those by purchasing the indicator bumper. I don't know if you just purchased the PMZ, but the indicator bundle includes the edges. Guys, UPS has made new highs, so adjust your Fibonacci there and BAM.
Hey, thanks, Brad, for Iowa, Brad, for letting me know that. It's shut down. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay.
No, it just completely got an error message and it had to reload. Hey guys, on BA we had a big move, so now I'm looking for it to digest. But what I want is for BA to hold in through this channel for me to stay in my but this consolidation here after that they moved up, I mean it moved down almost $2 in the last 20 minutes. I
Ooh.
um I would expect some consolidation here.
No way, man. Get your 195. 200. It's coming. Just kidding. Uh, yeah. I'm trying to sound more convicted. No, no. It's going to 200, right? Yeah.
I'm gonna need to know
Michael.
that's what I was gonna guess.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can literally take the word Michael and put it on anybody's name.
That's my middle name, Justin.
Yeah, I think we had this conversation. And then my father, my grandfather, they basically just kind of mixed the Michaels around. Like my dad's Charles Michael, and my grandpa's name was Charles as well. You could put Michael with anything. Remember, and we were talking about like you could put it with a female's name, and it sounds amazing. Michelle Michael Ellis. I mean, it just goes well.
Actually,
Mm-hmm. Jonathan. I think Money would go well as well. Jonathan Money McKeever.
What name? You're Justin Michael? It's awesome.
I love the name Juan Miguel. Like that's my name. Juan Miguel.
Oh yeah. Alright guys, believe it or not, on UPS it is just now trend higher so we could see some more movement to the upside here. I hope you have been watching your PL and not spooked out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So Victor said something interesting a while ago. He said that he got out of his trade because he was scared. And I want to bring that up really quick because I'm with you, Victor. I do the same thing. And I think a lot of people do. Um, but what I want you to concentrate on, and I can teach it, but it's also not easy to do, is whatever trade you're in, folks, pick one of those clouds. We went over this yesterday. And, try to say to yourself, as long as price is holding above the cloud, I want to stay in. Okay. So if we come over, so think about the position. How much time do we have? Today is Tuesday, right? It's early in the morning. We're buying butterflies or you're buying contracts that end on Friday, right? And so if we come over and take a look at game, if we're talking, okay, we have 4 more days left, right, in the market. Let's just say 3, because really you want your trade to work out fast, Monday through, I would say, Thursday, and Fridays are kind of reserved for intraday scalp lotto trades. If you come over here and we come to a 5-minute chart, okay, this is something I say every once in a while, but I want you guys to remember. Notice how beautiful that trade was out of the PMC, but a 10-minute chart is really, really clean. Okay. I'd never really talk about the 10-minute, but it is super clean once we get in. All right. What you have to do in order to, kind of stay in a trade is you could do the math. Okay. So, for example, if we pull back and the cloud right now is in sync with 2584. We look at current price, which is 26 and some change. It's about 25 cents right now. If you were in a Delta 50, you do the math. So if you're up 30%, all right, and you're looking at this and you know that every dollar that changes on the underlying stock value of game, you could lose, I don't know what delta you were in, but let's just say a delta 50. It would have to go down $1 for you to lose 50 bucks. Well, if you're only doing a quarter of that 50, how much is that? Right? It's about $12, right? So in this case, my contract somewhere between 12 and we'll round up, 12 to $15 is what I'm risking per contract here. All right? If I'm wrong. So we could come down and we could see those options change that value. Okay? And that's just like a quick estimate. So what happens is you can do this while you're running, you're running to the upside and you can annotate. You can put right here. Okay, this value here is like I would lose 25 cents. Okay? Actually, sorry, it'd be 15 or 12, sorry. Lose 12 cents. That's a rough estimate. Okay. That's if you're using the 10-minute. Okay. So 10-minute cloud. But what happens if I change this to a 5-minute? Okay. Now to me, it's a really small time frame to really like try and stay in a trade that doesn't expire until Friday. But you can see the difference. Notice up here, that would mean 25.93 and we're at 26.08. So roughly, 18 to 20 cents. So not much of a difference, but you'd be losing probably somewhere between $9 and $10. per contract, you know. Now, this doesn't take into consideration time. So, that's obviously a factor with options because what if for some crazy reason price went this way the whole entire day? Now, this was the top and this was the bottom. These would still lose value and the math would change. Okay. But this does kind of help you from an intraday perspective. And if you know that value, it kind of keeps you in a trade. You're like, wait a minute, like price is still above the cloud and I'm only going to lose X amount. Like why should you get out? Okay. The next thing is using daily fibs. Okay. So here's your cloud, but let's go ahead and measure this move up. And honestly, you could come down here and use this pivot low and to pivot high. And you can see right here that the 5 minute is pretty much in sync with the 23.6. Okay. So if we come down, we tap that question that you should be asking yourself, are you getting out on a close underneath this? Or are you getting out if it touches it? Again, we commit to the candle. What you want to do is a little bit different. Or sorry, it doesn't have to be different. It's up to you. But for us, most of the time, we're waiting for a close because we find too many times that price will come down, hit our levels, and then go right back up. Okay, and up trade. Okay, does that make sense, Victor? I hope that helps you, man. Because honestly, I think it should. You should be using intraday fibs. You should be saying to yourself, if the 23 and 38 hold, I want to stay in this trade. And then you need to understand the value of your option. Okay? And as we say that, price is going nuts here. And these are 58, 60% now. Pretty crazy. Really quick for everyone that's listening to me, if you bought the PMZ scanner, I just messed up. Iowa Brad, thank you so much for bringing it up. His answer to me, my developer, was, I told you it was 5 minutes. So you guys know what I'm talking about. If you have the PMZ scanner, go into the source code and change that 10 minutes to 5 minutes. And yeah, I thought the 10 minute looked funny. I really did. I was like, why are we using 10 minutes? So that should kind of help. Yeah, that is funny. Not funny that he yelled at me. Very edgy with me, that guy. Somewhere in the world, somebody has to outbid the other person in order for prices to go up. So right now on AMD, I need someone to pay more than 74.48. I literally missed my trend by one penny here, and I'm just going to trim again because we're coming right into target there. By the way, that would have worked really well for your trade plan as well, Melissa. It looks like I think we broke out of the PMZ and now we're hitting that 74.49 level. That's where I had my target there. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna take a break. Damn it, my phone's dead. Hey, can you guys hear me? I think NVIDIA has it out for me this week. I'm like literally as soon as I took it yesterday and today, straight down. It's like, mm, oh my goodness. Let's see here. Okay, so you had, how's your UPS looking? Still above the,
Because during European close and the midday doldrums, I swapped to a 30-minute candle. So
uh,
I look at
I'm thinking about taking a Futu trade up to 90. We were talking about this yesterday. I should have took the trade, Melissa. I mean, it's up,
yes,
it was up huge. I mean, it's up over 10% today. Yearly.
yearly.
Yeah, it's a year candle formation. So I just was thinking maybe buy a little bit of time here and shoot for 90. Oh my goodness. Look at this market, man. Does somebody have something to say? Somebody said something. I didn't think anybody else was speaking. Ugh. Might actually get filled on my Google. Mm-hmm. I thought the entry was 94.61. I think it was. And then I think you guys can see my private trades. Well, there's that 39.50. Or was that Google? Oh, that was Google. Okay, got it. Why didn't it? Maybe it's because it was an OCO order, guys. It did fill though. That's weird that it didn't come in. I did add though at 30 cents. Maybe because it was a yeah, it had to be because it was an OCO. That's what I mean. Hopefully I didn't break the bot. That would suck.
If that were to happen, I think I'd be able to hear beeping from his house to my house.
Right. Let's see. Google. Let me come back over here and check on ES. So you're saying that 38.2 was resistance? Let's see. Never. Yep. Or 23.6. Oh. And let's go to the larger time frame. So the back of the box. And notice how it came up and smacked that cloud on the daily here. Or sorry, on the 4 hour. Perfect. And right back down. And so if you guys notice in my private account, you should actually see my trades. I put on a hedge over there for like a big drop just in case. Just in case.
The auction says Snow and Salesforce both have earnings tomorrow, so it should be fun play. Proud as well.
Oh yeah, those will be fun. Crowd will be interesting, as I would think. Yeah, a lot of those should be able to move a lot. All right, so we're breaking down below 39.50 here. And so what that would do is if for some reason we continue to flush, then I'd be looking for that next EMA down here, which is roughly around 39.30. Hey, can you guys double check and can you see? Yeah, thank you for reminding me. I need to look at HD. Can you guys see my private trades now? My private account? Just curious. Anybody can click on that. Test baby, one, two, three. Hello. No, just check up and to the left on where it says private account. You should be able to see it. Hmm. Hmm, hmm, hmm. Okay, give me a second. I don't know what's going on there. What about now? Just curious. Okay. What was that?
Guys, for my UPS runner, I had OCO order in not to let it go negative, so it sold out at break even. That was just one contract that trimmed all the rest. So I am out of UPS. I have the same type of order on VA. Um, just FYI.
That trade right there, Melissa, was that up 60% you said earlier?
VA was at 60. UPS was at 50. I don't watch PL much, but I remember seeing it at 52.
Mm.
And VA runner is at right at 10% right now, but I do have an OCO in at break even, so as not to let it go. Like I said, I have one contract there. I'm not trimmed it. Majority of my position is off the board, so I'm willing to give it room to not go red.
All right, let's go over here to HD. It's only down $1.20. Bummer. I was hoping it was down like 3 or 4. Yes. And Futu's still strong. Um, Futu 90 strikes are $10, 400 days out. I mean, does this thing move that much? I'm surprised in that price right there. Um, those are expensive as well. Hmm. Maybe you're right here, Melissa, on what you're looking at for that smaller time frame on HD. You know, I would think that HD would have pulled back a little bit more than that, but it's hard. Well, the weekly is an ugly inside. Remember we were talking about that formation yesterday? So that is definitely possible here. Um, I think I'm really trying to be patient. I don't want to push it. I almost felt like,
I rounded up on that. It's really 350.
mhm. Let me see what the monthly looks like. The yearly is inside.
It could be Tesla offline and say,
Oh, man, HD on the monthly is really nice looking too. Look at that trendy edge, man, down at the bottom. Getting in at 267. It's beautiful.
of course it could go down there.
No, I don't know. I mean, it's tested one, two, twice, okay, at the lower yearly. Made higher lows since then. I don't think we go back down. I think if anything, we're headed up to the mid to test again at 333, and then I think into the new year, if things go right, we could break all the way back up here towards 365 and 400 again. But
You know, on this flush, the ES flush, HD held its own.
right,
So
exactly.
I'm looking, even intraday wise, the top of that PNC hold. I bet you that's a good trade up to at least the line,
Hmm.
which is will be about 2 months.
Is Google trying to do something? Wouldn't that be a beautiful thing?
Google keeps I'm so mad about it.
You're in it. You're in it long term, aren't you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but still the same.
Come on, man. Yeah, for sure. Let's see.
How is Google not
Maybe. Uh, I mean, did you?
being looked at that chart for 25 minutes last night? I'm like, dude,
Oh man. Yeah. Well, okay. So there's an inside and up. It came in there perfect. Okay. So the 88 entry was perfect. Or if you used your buy signals here, which are identifying demand zones. So you look down left, see some arrows. Things are looking good. It pops. We're holding 38.2. I mean, this is a positive. Um, this stick, as some people call it, or this wick, this is a bullish sign.
absolutely.
So the problem is we just have, messed up macro, stuff going on, and you got the cloud above. So it's supported, but it's also just stuck. And so it's going to take a big catalyst. What else has Google got their hands in? It's like just advertising, YouTube. They sell phones. They do all that type of stuff as well. So maybe Elon's whole idea of creating a phone is kind of weighing on them today. I don't know. Imagine what his phone could do.
Anything he could possibly want it to do, I'm telling you.
Right.
have a love-hate relationship with Elon Musk. The man is brilliant. I truly believe that, but he is also just so unpredictable. It's like dynamite.
I find it interesting that every time somebody uses a meme with him, I personally, so I don't watch news, right? So I never see anything current, but every time I see somebody posting a picture of him, they're all always drastically different looking. You know what I mean? I'm like, what does Elon look like right now? There's a lot of them where I look and then I'll see another picture and he looks like 30, 40 pounds lighter, you know? Sometimes he looks really different. Is my point.
I think people probably just use random.
Yeah, for sure. Whichever one looks the worst, that's what I've noticed. I have to change those alerts, the sounds. I keep thinking I'm getting into something and it's not true. Um, Futu, how much can this thing move in 1 week, man? Look at that thing. 36 into 56, guys. 57, 58. Holy smokes. This seems like something, you know, small caps, like some of those rooms that pump stuff. I feel like this could be like a meme stock almost. Like it looks like it's ready to run, man. It's probably something I put in my other account there. What was that name we were looking at yesterday that was trading at like $2? And we were like, well, the bottom zero. What was that?
It was a stock that one of your old buddies loved to trade all the time.
I'm trying to find it.
I
It
think it was
was a
maybe
workhorse.
senior rate.
Yeah, it was work. Yeah, it's up 3 pennies today. And then TCamp keeps bringing up, is it TTOO or TTWO? It's not TTWO. Let's take two. Um,
What's the ticker on that? TTOO.
let's see. All right, man. Does this thing have options in it? Let's look at it from a. I mean, you can't get any worse than this. If I take an option, then the underlining has to hit zero in order for me to get out. Hey, man, this crap can turn into gold. Okay. Yeah. If so this is Bitcoin inside and down, okay? This was our 2022 year projection, Christopher. Okay, so it actually came into the zone that we were looking for. And it's an inside and down formation. If we look down into the left, the better area to try, man, see this big candle coming out? It would have to be towards the bottom, 10,000 by 9,000, somewhere in here would be the better. I tried the micros, made a little bit of money, took a stop on it, didn't work out. So I think my next target, it would have to be if we can get over 19.4 and some change, or if we come and drop down towards this 10 by 9. Yeah. Well, I feel like the masses are saying that. I've seen some of that circulating on Twitter, and we know that the masses aren't right. I feel like demand and supply are right before the masses, so I would definitely just concentrate on zones and try there. Um, the monthly, I mean, look at the monthly. So this is perfect as well. Here's your right there. See that? I would be shocked if that doesn't have some sort of relief bounce. I really would. Yeah. All right. So let's look here. What is this? So Chris is looking at BNTX. What is this? I mean, this is just now breaking on the monthly above the cloud. What is this thing? Is this a ETF? Anybody know? Oh, it's a vaccine. Okay. Inside and out. It's from a monthly standpoint. Here's the weekly. Hmm. Tomorrow we have ADP, real GDP. God, man, we got a lot. Michelle Bowman, Chicago PMI, job openings, quits, pending home sales, Lisa Cook, Jerome Powell. Tomorrow's just, we should probably just take tomorrow off. It's gonna be ridiculous. Come on, Google, go green for the love. That'll get everybody's attention. They'll be like, "Ah, Google's green," and then we'll trim. As soon as everybody sees it go green, we'll trim. Let's look at Myrna. Now, do you guys think it's weird that we can identify demand and then the news comes out about COVID? You start to see more news around COVID. Anybody ever like think that stuff is kind of weird, right? That you can identify these levels and then, you're coming into demand so you know that Myrna could pop from here, right? Isn't it a little weird? Yeah. Yeah, TCAM. I think that saying could definitely be spread out with every stock, right? That's why fundamentals are really, really interesting. You know, it's like the fundamentals can be amazing. The technicals can be are the fundamentals can be amazing. The technicals are complete crap. Everybody gives up, and then way, way down below, we get to some sort of demand, and then boom, you know, all of a sudden, that little piece of crap is turned into gold, right? But I do notice that a lot of times when we are in a position, we are selling when other people start buying. Have you guys noticed that as well? Or am I just crazy? And vice versa. It's crazy. So when I look at Myrna, we had an inside and up formation. We came into that zone. We popped out of that zone. You get news. I swear, man, I really do feel like the bigger like institutions, like I understand that we're identifying institutions, but I feel like institutions use strictly supply and demand. I know that they have like Bloomberg channels and some people, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's it's like clockwork, man. Price comes down. You get this inside and down. You know, I'd teach you guys here as soon as we go down, let's ride it to the downside. You got an inside and up that's right here. The bigger, the masses, you know, are like, okay, things are getting better. And then right here, a story appears, you know, maybe hinting towards a little, hey, the winter's coming, right? That kind of stuff. And then we go inside and up right here, and then it really starts to take off. We break over the the cloud, all right? But here's my thing. What is going on right now? Somebody see if you guys can answer this. Yes, and yes, you are crazy. Crazy's good though, right? Like the craziest people are sometimes like finding things and you're like, whoa, I hope it's good. So what's happening? Anybody have an answer? So I teach this all the time. What is coming into this zone right here? What's happening? What is happening right now? No, I mean on the outside. What's happening? Yep, we know there's supply there. So what's happening on the outside of the charts? What's happening out in the during with the masses? What's happening? Euphoria. Yeah, euphoria to the upside. FOMO, right? But also media, right? Remember, guys, bad news comes into demand. In this case, it would be bad news because we're talking about vaccines and COVID. But it's good news for the stock is up here, you know, which is like opposite, right? In this case, people are watching not demand, they're listening to news and like, hey, you know, COVID, it's actually subsiding, it's not too bad, comes into demand, boom, we start to get news. We really get heightened news right in this area, right? China protest, like, right? What? Baba is kicking ass today. Baidu, same thing. FXI. Let's see if we can do this. Okay. All this bad news, and yet things are trending to the upside. Why? Is that good for the economy? Why are all these things up today? Anybody know? Why are they up? Maybe anticipation, forward looking. But the answer is really at the end of the day, folks, it's because of demand, right? And this is the part for me that it only took me like a year to stop talking about news and why I think something's happening to just saying it came into demand, right? I guarantee you, if we look left, you will find an inside and up formation. Anybody want to bet me? Okay. Right here is demand. Okay. I could see that from a mile away. All right. This was the demand zone that worked in 2009. And this is the demand zone that's actually working in 2022. Take your zone. We can zoom in if you like. And if we were to grade this zone, would you say that this zone is a pretty powerful zone by the look of the candle pushing out? It is, right? So is this one. Okay. Now, in an event where the FXI is pulled back so much, you could combine these two zones if you want and go straight across. Okay. So watch this. Again, because we teach this before it happens, it is not hindsight, folks. I can't make this stuff up. And it really comes down for you to understand that you have to be able to take the information that you are going to receive, whether you tell me that you are going to ignore news or not. We are human and you will hear news. It will either, like me, I don't have news on my TV. I don't have any news source. So I can't watch news. Okay. But I do go on Twitter. I do see posts. I see news clips. I see that type of stuff, but I'm not necessarily looking for it. But it will come across and I will see it and it will get stuck in my brain. And it will keep you from taking a trade. But look how easily you can identify this level. Now, we broke it down and we're able to find a process to trade out of it. But I guarantee you that the masses were too scared to buy in here. Okay. Back here, same thing, folks. What is happening in this zone? What do you guys notice? So we came into the zone in 2008, and now we came back into the zone in 2022. What is the difference between this and that? Anybody know? This and that. Anybody know? We made a higher low. That's the difference. Okay, so from a technical perspective, dissect this. This is a zone. This is a pivot. And this here is a higher low, right? We're making higher lows out of the zone. That's a good thing. I don't typically like lower lows in a zone, and I always want you guys to be paying attention to that. Okay? These are just basics. Don't try to look too deep into things. Zone, low, higher low. So when price was coming back here, two things you're checking. Okay, cool. There's a zone here. I'm getting ready to get long. And as it keeps digging in, we teach that even on a 5-minute chart. Look left, and if we don't take out that higher low, I'd much rather try here, okay, than try here. Your risk to reward is better. The divergence between the two, okay, is from the zone into the cloud, which puts us, roughly around $29 or so. So, Melissa, when we first brought up China weeks ago, this is what we were looking at. Remember that? And I said, hey, this was going to be probably my big trade that I wanted to push over at Simpler, right? And we had picked plug instead. I picked plug instead. And I wish I would have just picked China names. I traded them, but to me, this was the better setup. This was a bigger setup here, you know. Um, so what you want to be, again, anything that's like really torn down, just make sure you go the monthly and quarterly. Okay. Apple looks like we hit the target to the upside on the monthly, the weekly, inside and down. Let's go ahead and remove these drawings. So this right here, guys, tells me that the market wants to go down more because I look at my edges as being magnets. Okay. And as long as price stays under here, I'm looking for a move back into 137. Okay. This is where I'd actually like to take a shot to a downside move. If we bounce tomorrow, then I'm looking to short Apple down into 136. Because, from here to here, if you look at it from a perspective of 33.66%, if you break things down into divisional like that, you'll find that we're halfway. And I don't really like to do something halfway. I'd much rather wait for the move to the upside. Like, say he says something that's positive, but we know that it's still going into the cloud. It'll do something like this. And then it's a better short to back here. And this will get us set up going into a rally into, let's see, earnings. Yeah. So think about that. Demand versus supply. Bad news pushes price into demand. What's going on with Apple right now? Right? Light bulbs start to turn on, guys. Like, do you see what I'm saying? So the technicals, if I were in charge of the market, the technicals, and I were in charge of media sources, I would 100% sit here and say, okay, boom, we broke below the cloud. I got demand down here. Release your piece. I'm not saying they do this. I'm just saying this is what I would do. And it sure the hell seems like this is what happens. All right. Demand is sitting down here. Price broke a technical level. Release the piece on China. Release the piece on supply and demand, right? It's always seems to be around the same story. People freak out. Price drops down into demand, right? The majority of traders lose here. They get out of their call positions, etc., right? And then markets going up, and the masses who are looking at news events are absolutely confused here. But they're sick and tired of people making money, so what happens there? They jump in. I got my confirmation, guys. Unusual options activity, 5 million orders of calls. This is happening, that's happening. I think I'm going to enter. Boom, they enter. They get like 25%. Boom, right back down. Isn't that crazy? Every one of these, there was an event that pushed us down. And what can you tell me about these two levels here that I'm showing you, folks? What can you guys tell me about these two areas where price went down? Did you need news in order to go short? No. Inside and down. Inside and down. Topping wick, topping wick. Boom. We go down below the body. It's short city. Boom. Down below the body. Short city. Looking down and to the left, looking for demand. Looking for demand. You find that demand on a different time frame. Then you look to go long. The masses, unfortunately, get caught up here in euphoria. But if you look left, this let us right here know that there was supply, and we came over and tested supply over and over. Isn't that crazy? So do you want to get stuck taking these trades up here in euphoria? Or are you finally going to catch on that all of this is programmed? It is literally, it's intentionally, in my eyes, designed this way to take advantage of most of you. And it takes forever for you to catch on. It doesn't feel natural to buy at the lows, but everybody says it, right? Everybody's telling you, oh, it's easy, man. Buy at the lows, sell at the highs. But why is it when you go into services and the majority of people who are trying to coach you and teach you, and they're taking trades right into resistance? Why is that? The majority, not everybody. Why is that? FOMO, exactly. It's adrenaline. It's dopamine. It's in your brain. We are designed to want it. And then you have on the complete opposite of the spectrum, you have fear. Fear and FOMO. And the majority of people in demand zones are absolutely fearful, or they just can't hang on to a position, right? Because their percentage is so down that they can't stand it anymore. So they lose out from fear, and they lose out because they bought during FOMO. Isn't that crazy? It's so easy for us to talk about. And it doesn't have to be difficult to identify. So, why would you still be having problems? Right? Why would you still have a hard time trading if what I just told you seems to work out more than it doesn't? Why? Right? Nobody told me they have problems, guys, by the way. I'm talking out loud, right? Asking questions. Why can't you identify these levels and trust them? It's called PTSD. I mean, seriously, it's a real thing. That's my thoughts. Okay? It's because you've been burned so many times by doing exactly what I just said that you don't trust anything in the market. Well, you don't trust anything, why are you trading? So that's a question that I would ask yourself. If you're falling into that category where so I come across traders, I think everybody does, that's running a service. I come across traders who come into Trendy and they say, I've lost so much money and I'm really hoping to make money here. Okay? And I would say a good percentage of those people are unwilling to let go of everything they've learned before. And it hinders their performance. You have to absolutely commit to the idea of being mechanical not emotional, and let go of your past. How many of you are actually letting go of your past that has brought you to here, right? How many can actually say that they'll let go of the past? Forget about the fact that you lost yesterday or 10 minutes ago or anything like that. Wake up every morning, you're a machine. You're ready to go. Your little pointer finger is ready to click the mouse. You've identified zones. You know what it takes to take a trade. You know you will lose trades. You know you will win trades. Commit to trying your hardest to take the same allocations. Commit to stopping where you pre-planned your stop. Commit to trimming even if the percentage gain is only 7% or 5% or 2%. Commit to trimming your trade. If your target was 50 cents away from your entry, but it took 2 hours to get there, I don't care. That was your target. That was your plan. So try your hardest to stick to the plan of trimming at your target. Too many people, unfortunately, will go, well, that was my target 2 hours ago, and it took me this long to get here, and I'm only up 5%, and they won't trim, but they'll take a loss. Commit to being mechanical. Stop looking at your PL. Try to focus on process over and over every single day and journal your trades. If you can do this for 30 plus days, like legit do this, do the same trades over and over and over. And if you're not successful, then I would look at tailoring that process. What is successful? Does it necessarily mean that your PL is up for the month? No. There will be times where you probably will have more wins and losses and still lose money. And most likely it's because of, Victor, you said it earlier. Some of you will be fearful when you're finally making money. Some of you will be coming from a different place than where you were 30 minutes ago or an hour ago. There's so many variables in trading. Some of you will say, hey, I wanted to allocate the same amounts, but you will deviate from that because of your fear and because of your FOMO. When you're FOMO'd, you might actually buy more contracts than you wanted to, right? And then for some reason, then when you're fearful, you're only buying a quarter of the size. And Murphy's Law says that when you go in with a quarter of the size, you're probably going to do a lot better than you thought. It's crazy. Try your hardest to stick to the plan. Use a process. Trim, stop, lose, win, trim, stop, execute, lose, win, over and over and over. You're a machine, right? Be a machine for 30 days. Listen, look at trend. Don't come in here fumbling around. Well, what contracts do I do? Always stick to the same plan. Do at the monies. Do 40 deltas. Do 30 deltas. It's up to you. All right. Just don't go too far out of the money. This is not Friday. So typically you don't want to be FOMOing, or buying lottos on a Monday or Tuesday. They just don't work out that often, you know. Each one of these, again, they were there before price pulled back. Okay? Think about that. Also, on rainy days, meaning if you're not doing anything, you're just kind of chilling out, don't forget to find zones. This is a weekly chart of Apple. What you should be doing when you're not listening to me and you're not trading, but you have time, come over here and grab a box, go down and to the left, and go find yourself a zone. Boom. There's a zone right here, and there's a zone right here. We're going to put them both in here. This is a zone. Okay? Find it. This is for a rainy day. Okay? This is when everybody else is fearful. You've already taken the time, okay, to find zones. After you find it, go to a higher time frame. Go to a monthly and see if we got anything in there. Okay, see right there? Inside and up. Boom. This inside and up already being tested. Okay, several times. Go to a quarterly. Nothing really there. Okay, so we know that we're finding what we need to find in this area. Okay. From this quarterly candle, we can assess that right now, okay, that the quarterly still has 1 month and 2 days before the candle closes, but this could be an inside and up formation, okay? This arrow that I have pointing down, if we were to come down this week based off of the weekly, guess what you're doing? You're just kind of coming back to where the inside and up is forming. But the quarterly cloud continues to hold. So I really like this blueprint, okay, for this week. So we go back over to the week, okay? Boom. That's what it looks like, okay? What do you do now? All right, you found the zones. You place alerts and you want to come above it. Add alert for Apple. Add an alert here. Add alert. I'm going to click back on this one. I'm going to edit. And this is a weekly, monthly zone. Okay. This will actually go to the alerts here. Weekly, monthly zone. Okay. Not cool? So now you're ready. Now you're ready. Right? All right. Let's say, well, do you wait for entry or do you want to go short into this? So we'd be looking for 139 to 138 and a half. Okay. So interesting on Google, we're getting a bunch of calls. I don't know if these are buys or sells, but on 99 100 strikes and somebody selling the 105s for 17 days out. Yeah, so names like that, Walmart and Target, that were kind of doing their thing during the pullback. So let's see. Walmart topping wick, we're at a weekly zone. Okay. Right there. Supply. We can use the wick if we want. I prefer not to use it on equity, but it's okay. We'll do inside and down. Okay. And check out this inside and up, Melissa. So that's from a weekly standpoint. These are beautiful. And then take into consideration demand and earnings. Okay. Look at this demand zone that worked over here, folks. I know I found that for you guys. Look at that thing. Absolutely incredible. Okay. Okay. Right here. Yeah, because identifying zones, I feel like is easy. It's understanding like when to trade them, how they'll get there, why, if this, then that. And that's where I believe the indicators really work out. So, for example, like would I want to go short Walmart here? For me, I have made up this, this methodology that I don't want to go short if we're holding the zone. It keeps me from losing money. Okay. And when I look at this, it's super extended. So I have to come down to a smaller time frame, be the daily. And we could see that the cloud would be probably around 23% or so. Still super bullish. And then Melissa, I'm looking at Walmart with a pullback to WE and DE. That sounds like a intraday thing, maybe, that you're talking about. Yeah, and you missed it. And I was just about to say that. So if you look and you're wanting to get into a trade, right? Um, then you look down and it's like, well, it's already happened. So I typically walk away from those because my luck is just it's just Murphy's law. It's like my whole thing about supply and demand, because remember edges are supply and demand, a ballpark, is that now you're trying to get in when it's already been tested several times, right? That's how I look at it. Okay. Well, and that's what's cool about this idea too, is that, give me 1 second here. And on SAM, guys, on SAM, this is like a 12-week play for me. I mean not 12 weeks, but it's a swing, and right now I have 17 days, so about 2.5 weeks. I want to give it at least another 5 days or so before I figure out that the spreads are so crazy on it. I just can't pay attention to the percentage right now, just to kind of give you guys an update there, because it is down like almost $8 today, and I'm sure it's super illiquid. HD's coming in a little bit more. That's good. Again, trying to be focused and patient. Oh, this reminded me a lot of FedEx right here. Green to white, holding the edge. Hey, Melissa, if you're around, did you say that you like what you're seeing on the weekly TTM squeeze or what time frame on HD?
I'm sorry, it might be a little loud.
No, that's all good.
Here. Yes,
Hmm.
I am
Okay.
but
Okay.
it's been squeezing since June. You see the momentum is definitely on the upside with the black dot
Hmm.
which means the compression is getting less and less, so closer to firing. And
Okay.
I like that. There isn't daily squeeze is kind of petered out, so it's hoping that daily squeeze today could fire the weekly squeeze, which is what I was really hoping for. But today we have a pullback instead. You can see you go to the daily. We got a dark blue bar today rather than another trendy blue bar pack, and that would have helped to fire the weekly squeeze. So it probably will not fire this week or next week.
Okay. Thank you.
But you can see in lower time frame the 30-minute and the 5 minute shifted.
Thank you. Yeah, for sure, man. I may have to I may have to enter today like I did FDX. We'll see. We'll see how things kind of work out here. I'll probably Murphy's Law. I sent out an alert also into Simpler. It'll probably bounce now. So not an alert to buy, but just, on watch. And so we'll see what happens. But